It's been 12 months since acquittal, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. Special new prosector, and Hank Breeden is his name. He is a dirty Boston lawyer, and his arguments are lame. He's trying to squash all of our experts, as he has no case to claim. He should have won an Oscar medal to convince the court he's sane. He can lie without a conscience and keep that smirk upon his face. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. And Judge Beverly Academy is so biased for the state, is wading through 100 motions in a rush to seal my fate. So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got no quit. And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John hit.
And top of the morning to you all. You know what? You are lucky. You are lucky that my mic mutes when that song comes on. You in particular, Dan.
I'm very grateful for that fact.
Yes, you should be. Good morning, all. Good morning. Wow. Well, we missed apparently the best bit of yesterday. in our what was it? I'm knackered, I've got to go sign off. Apparently there was a hearing set aside outside the presence of the jury for the discussion topic of the messages that was addressed at the very start of yesterday's good morning, sweet cheeks. Good morning, Mr. Dan. Ooh.
I know, I've got Mr. for here.
You've risen. You've been elevated to Mr.
It beats the of, oi, you useless git, where are you?
Yeah, twat. I love that word, twat. Yeah, so there was a bit of a fiery interlude between Alessi and the judge over these messages. So I have that and we will play it come lunch. But we do have movement in the court. So let us begin, I suppose. And I also have Timothy Nuttall's analysis comparison between trial 1 and 2 to go through too. So if you can think of any questions that you would like to ask or anything that you want clarified, let me know and I'll start them and I'll get to them when we have a break. Let's do this, shall we?
Long story short, on Timothy Nuttall, he's still an arsehole.
Yeah, he's still. Yeah, he's a defiant prat, I think. But a well-versed, a well-prepared one. Let's leave it at that. All right. That's better, I think. You like that one better or that one? A or B? A?
Yeah.
There we go. Unmute. Play. Let me see. It's probably just the court.
We did.
Yes.
Or the text messages, which was presented.
Don't forget to turn the goddamn audio on. Useless.
To consolidate instead of having 50 of these things. I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition,
we go back and read that. Go back and read that. No, can't even get the CCs because there's no audio. So that's how I know it's not me.
And the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial, content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Guarino would then refer to a separate document, it's simply an order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I do not expect Trooper Guarino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so that it have notice days before Trooper Guarino would even testify about it.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your...
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Guarino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls, and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
What do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually...
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Guarino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Guarino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for everybody.
All right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, yeah, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay.
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Guarino.
Okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do. All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Peggy O'Keefe
Okay.
is up after Kerry.
All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. He did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works with work reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him.
Un momento, per favore. We may have a surprise. Da, 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 da. Looky here, who's popped in. The taken
Hello,
man.
everyone.
All right, spill the beans. So, Do you know when you mentioned Madison, occasionally when you were in chat and stuff, for some reason, I don't know why, I always thought she was your niece. I had no idea. You kept
No,
that
he's
one under
not.
your up your sleeve, didn't you? So where did you get married?
In the probate court.
Oh. So you didn't have a big celebration?
No.
No?
No, we just went down to the courthouse and
Did the official stuff?
we sat around for we had to wait a few minutes, and it's quite an interesting place, that probate court. It's almost as interesting as trial court.
Ooh. I can imagine the people you'd see there.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. I was thinking about maybe making it a once a week stop, or, sit around for some entertainment.
Can you record, like, is there a live feed there? You can commentate it. Make a segment.
Yeah. I can be a reporter on the beat.
Yeah. Well, the Erin Patterson mushroom case starts next Monday, and that's about an hour and a half's drive from here. And Tan and I were hoping to do a because they've got the live stream, but the hoops you've got to jump through, you've pretty much got to take the firstborn child of the judge and any descendants as well. But you can attend it, like you can watch it there. Can't record anything. But yeah, we were going to try and do like an on scene and go up and watch it, but not with this on. There's no way. But I do have access to an audio like recap from someone down here, so we can cover that as well. But it won't be streamed at all over there. There's no way. You remember her, the beef Wellington? She cooked up the beef Wellington and knocked off her whole family, except for the husband who didn't eat it.
I vaguely remember that, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking I saw it as a movie or something.
No. Yeah, she baked it for the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, both of her parents, and the husband over for lunch. And the husband didn't eat it. And I think 3 of the 4 died from memory. Yeah. So what's your take so far on 2.0? Very different.
I agree with Dan. I rewatched everything last night while I was at the office. Mm-hmm. But I think Jackson made a big mistake with that Haas long to die in the cold.
They've just addressed that now.
I did. I actually went and looked all over the internet, and there's just article after article about how that search was an error. So
From
I don't know, unless they've got something up their sleeve to completely dispute what Celebrate is saying. There's Celebrate is saying that search by Jen McCabe was done at like 6:24 in the morning.
Yeah.
Not 2:27 in the morning.
Yeah, they're saying that she hadn't closed that browser, so when she next opened it, that's when it came up. But
yeah,
I mean, yeah, who knows?
Other than that, I mean, if you just watched Brennan, okay, yeah, he's right. She's guilty. And if you just watch Jackson, oh no, she's innocent.
There isn't any gray area, is there? And he is dirty. He is dirty. Did you end up watching the the hearing after the trial?
I did.
I didn't.
I just woke up. I just woke up and I caught the tail end of.
Yeah, and I just clicked the
stream.
button to end and saw your message.
And then I was like, "Don't go! They're having a motion hearing."
I know. I watched it this morning. Yeah.
So, Yeah, it was pretty fiery, and
What's your
I
thoughts on
think
that?
they're in big trouble. The defense is in big trouble because I don't think Bev is going to let Arca testify
Based on what?
based on the fact that they did not turn over that discovery.
But didn't the whole point of that was that what I got, because I was talking to Dan about it before backstage, he got the same thing as you did, whereas I got that Hank was asking for, so the defense only retained Arca on the 26th, and then Hank was filing motions for discovery on reports and stuff that hadn't even been produced yet. Like, that's what I took from it.
Yeah, I think there's good arguments on both sides, but
Yep.
Bev's attitude at the end of that hearing yesterday was, look, I told you guys to do this and you didn't do it.
Yeah, but she's basing it on.
And then I told you to do it
Brennan
again
says.
and you still didn't do it. So,
Well, now the start here now.
it might be appealable too if she rules against them, I
Yeah.
suppose.
Oh,
but
for sure.
I just got the feeling that she was like, we're going to do a hearing on Friday just so we can say I did a hearing,
Yeah,
but I'm not letting
no.
you guys have those witnesses.
Well, Wolf isn't free on Friday. So that's where we're at the moment. But the Arca witnesses are by far the ultimate threat to the prosecution in every way.
Yeah, I agree.
They blow everything. Everything. Why do you think Hank is so adamant about not having them? Because
What's his choice? Who are they going up against? Trooper Paul?
yeah,
I think an 8th grade
yeah.
physics student could beat Trooper Paul.
I did a presentation on that last trial. I'll have to fish it out between the two of them. It's just no.
I mean, even
no.
I was uncomfortable when he was testifying. I
Yeah.
felt so bad for him.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus,
Yeah.
this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've recorded that hearing and we'll play it at the lunch break. But yes, it's lovely to have you on, and you are welcome to stay as long or as little as you like. Good
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Udahan. Hello.
I would have. Pardon I'm eating my breakfast.
There's a bear in there. And a Dan as well. All right, I'll get back to the trial. All righty. Yeah, speak up if you want to stop. If you want me to stop. They're sorry. I better fill Udahan in. They had a hearing last night. They're doing a voir dire on Friday for the 2 Arca witnesses. But they've just been informed that one of them is not free on Friday, so they're negotiating when they are.
They're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr.
fact?
Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I
Shit,
assume
sorry.
that you folks.
I haven't shared the screen. Sorry. Sorry. I could see it perfectly. Sorry. I'll go back a little bit. That's too far.
We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
How far is Pennsylvania?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir
Roughly
dire.
6 hours.
I assume
Right.
that you folks provided that order to the Arca witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
Not much notice.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so we Is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
You are just a ball breaker.
Okay, you will make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need to do testing.
Okay.
So, I mean, we'll do the best.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire, all right? I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of Archer on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday, so Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding Archer? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Oh, you're.
Yes. What do you mean? When?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least.
That's
And there,
very helpful.
okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear of what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the marker witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said, out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to address that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Take a clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have a, yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, let's see counsel at sidebar about schedule.
Oh, God. Hang on. We have a sidebar. Sidebar. Where is it? Sidebar swoosh. Hello, Miss Tan. Hello. Welcome. Let's get back up to the there we go. I just, I can't even stand to look at him. I just can't. I've even got my my red Solo cup prepared.
But Did you see what I
Yes,
meant about
I
her
did.
attitude?
Yes, it's always
She's
been that way.
really leaning towards not letting them testify.
Well, I think she will put herself in an awkward situation if she doesn't.
All right, so are we?
Oops.
I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, do you want me to get off?
He plays such a fucking. You know the brown noses at school that used to suck up to the teacher? That's what he's like. That's what he does. He's a brown nose.
Yeah, but it is a major screw up by the defense deleting those texts.
Yeah, did I hear something they said after 30 days it auto deletes or something? Is that what they're getting at?
That's what they're trying to claim. The active case, stuff to do with an active case, was automatically deleted after 30 days.
Okay.
That's not how it works.
That's what she said in an open pending case, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And especially because some of those cover whether they knew about this ACCA bill before they're trying to claim they did or not.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but my opinion is the only things that really matter are what killed John and how that happened. And whether they paid a bill fucking 6 months after the trial or whatever. This is all just
well,
fluff.
no, it becomes a big thing because they specifically told the judge they didn't know about the bill. Now, if it turns out
they said they didn't
and they
pay them.
lied, no, they said they didn't know about any bill.
Yeah, they didn't know about
It
it.
turned up out the blue.
Yep.
Now, if it turns out they knew 2 months before about this bill, that's a big problem because they literally lied to the judge.
Yeah. Well, they were saying that they got the bill and rang the DOJ and asked them what it was for, and they said, yes, pay it, which is what they did. But who knows? Because it's all...
It's just more of this defense team is absolutely useless. Why people are raving about how good they are, I do not understand.
I think they're up against it because of the involvement with the feds. Like there was only limited stuff that the feds would allow. That's why what Hank has been asking for is stuff that they can't provide because they haven't been given it. Like it was an investigation against them. Like, you know what I mean? It's asking. He wants all the information. I get it. He wants all the dirt that they've got on the investigation, whatever that may be. But they can't get hold of it because it's not in their hands.
No, but instead of playing it the clever way, this defense team has played it like a bunch of school kids.
I will
Look,
say,
the clever way would have been just to get hold of everything the FBI's given them, put it in a box and hand it over and go, that's everything we've got.
I think they have. That's the impression.
No, that's the point. They haven't. They've tried to say they've done that, but then it's turned out, yeah, but we didn't include this bit, or these messages, or this, and that's the problem.
Everything that Hank says and does is strategic. There is not one thing that can have these. I will admit, he's a step ahead of them.
Hear ye. All persons have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
Hear
God save
ye,
the Commonwealth
hear
of
ye.
Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should hear. All right, thank you very much. Can we have Ms.
Kerry
Roberts
Roberts.
back in, please?
Did they finish her direct examination yesterday or not? I don't think they did,
No.
did they? No. At some point when we have a break, I will go through the database comparisons between file 1 and 2 for Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Roberts, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. You'll take the stand.
Thank you. Good morning.
Oh, she's a talker, that
Whenever
one.
you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct,
At some point, you left.
correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification, and then a smaller clip of that ring video if there's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibits 12A and 12B.
Thank you. And one final.
Hopefully.
It's a clip. 12C would be just fine. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a piece, a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it was
Ms.
snowing.
Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Hey?
Yes, I have.
It
So it
no,
was
Is that
snowing.
you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
I haven't heard one.
When you came
one
out
if
of
any.
Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing, and as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Should I remain, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Nope, sure. Thank you, Tanya.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the.
So that,
It's almost like an encased.
that bit there she's talking about, I think. Can you see my cursor?
Mm-hmm.
This is new testimony.
But the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John.
Before or after you found John?
After we found John.
Okay. So we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know,
6 minutes, I
maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat, then be in between us.
Did you have any words with Ms. Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth-to-mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carried blankets in the car, so I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
So did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, "Kerry, Kerry, Jen, Kerry, Jen."
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point?
Well, the entire morning.
Oh, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, I can't do this again.
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT, in the ambulance with the EMTs, and I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
No.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. At And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items?
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
And does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember, somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before, until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the heat on?
I think I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I see. I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree, barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there's no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road?
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, "He's gone, Peg," and he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance, and on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way to the hospital."
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the follow-up question never asked?
no.
Okay. Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Strike that statement.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital? First brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
All right, I have a picture. That's what she saw.
Now she's testifying that that tail light was completely gone.
She is changed that
didn't they-
entire testimony.
Isn't there a town policeman from the other town that
Canton.
testified that it was just cracked
Mhm.
when he went to the house?
Yep, the guy from Canton. What was his name? Oh God. completely new testimony from her. Like the basics were still there, but there was so much more that was added to that.
And she also just testified that she was running around saying, "Did I hit him? Did I hit him?" But the first responders are saying she said, "I hit him. I hit him."
Mm-hmm. When did he testify? Do you know? Was it?
I don't remember, but I specifically remember him because they had his body cam too when he went to the house.
They had the video footage from the parents' house.
Chat's quiet today.
Yeah.
We broke them yesterday. They're back in questioning her, by the way.
Hey?
They're back questioning her.
They're back. Question, did you say?
They're back questioning her. They've continued the testimony.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Wasn't it playing? Sorry. Sorry. I got distracted. Remove.
I was having a stroke.
Hey? I'm still looking for him. I know when I see his name, I'll know it.
Yeah.
Recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Nicholas Barros.
Yes, he did.
Day 22. He was
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it. May I post
Just checking the timeline.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
After the hospital?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital?
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keeffe's when he arrived, and she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keeffe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keeffe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home, and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like, rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away, and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Did you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house, and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe, and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died, and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night?
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often?
Yes.
Regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person?
Yes.
Spend time with her?
Yes.
Be back in 2.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become?
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
To this day?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area?
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
And you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning?
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
yes.
Does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
He's talking about Proctor
There's a
now.
group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to the house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive, so when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes.
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lang before you found John?
Yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes.
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was one or two of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, "Can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house?" So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were. And
how were you?
How were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes.
Was Miss McCabe with you?
Yes.
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
Yes.
You remained in the car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes.
Are you friendly with her?
Yes.
Did you ever try to get inside information about this case?
No.
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
Did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes.
And what was the reason you came to court?
To support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't answer just yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
Yes.
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes.
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
Specific names?
Yeah.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper, and at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th?
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes.
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when two law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
All right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay? Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
Needs new wiper blade. Bless you. So this must be Stephen Seraph's body cam or car cam.
Could you stop there, please?
That's Kerry and Jen there in the middle.
Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Could you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No,
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her. And Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please. Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
Oh.
Stop, please. That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets. Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
That was what time?
That location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it, I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And do you, well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please. What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
Could you please stop? Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Is it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please. Stop, please, just for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please. Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22. Do you know where you walked?
No,
Are
I do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay. Stop, please. This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Ms. McCabe is at this point,
No,
or the defendant?
no.
Please continue. Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again. At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No,
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No,
And this is at 6:24:18.
6:24:18.
Could you continue to
6:24:18 is the time that Jennifer McCabe is alleged to do the internet search for how long to die in cold to the second. Why is he pointing this out?
26:25, Ms. Gilman? Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
62625. Continue, please.
62625. What did he note then? 62625. What was this? What was the reasoning behind that? Do we know? I missed what he said before he said the time. Let me just go back 2 seconds.
625. Continue.
That was.
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
Jen McCabe.
62625. Continue, please. And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
Being very specific on the times.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 6:34:48.
All right. This time, 6:34:48. It is noted on the timeline that Jennifer McCabe walks up the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
So that's when John leaves in the ambulance, I'm assuming.
No, the ambulance left previously. That was a fire truck that just moved.
Okay. All right. At 6:30, Karen is allegedly calling her father. Is she still on the scene? Does Brian Albert not have any ring cameras?
Apparently not.
Yeah. Who doesn't nowadays?
I don't.
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't you? No,
I
do.
don't. I'm afraid of what might get caught on them.
Actually, I'll tell you a funny story. I only got them because of and I needed it today because my bedroom is the furthest room away from the front door, and I often get things delivered, and they'll ring the doorbell, and by the time I've gotten there, they've written the slip and taken it to the bloody post office, and I'm like, no. So I've got the ring cam now, so I can say, thank you, leave it there. And I've got like a container out the front that they can put it in. But the doorbell rang today at 3:00, and it was the mole man. And I dropped my bed remote on the floor somehow. And do you think that I could sit up out of bed, my back, because at night time, like first thing in the morning, I've got to wait for at least 2 hours before I can move properly. Do you think I could get up and get to the door? There's no way. And so I'm on the phone on the ring camera telling him where the spare key is to let him in. Yeah, it's proven handy twice this month. It caught someone burgling my house as well.
Oh yeah, is she in jail?
No, she got arrested and charged and out on bond, no doubt, on the jewellery that she pawned. So she's got a hearing, or a mention, on, I think it's the 20th of June. But I'm in the process of doing a protective order and a victim impact statement. Dickhead didn't even see the ring camera. Like 5 times I've got her coming in and out with shit. Dickhead. Junkie. 6:31. You're telling me Brian Albert heard or saw nothing of this?
I mean, I think it's possible if he's sleeping and
There's a dog in there.
Wind blowing. Because there's stuff that goes on in front of my house that I don't know about. But the thing is, if my sister came into my bedroom and said, there was a dead guy on your front lawn, there is no way I'm not going out.
Yeah. Yeah. But he said that the dog was sleeping between him and the bedroom window. And there was only 6 feet between the bed and the window. Tell me the dog didn't start barking with this shit going on. And when did he supposedly butt dial? I'll tell you.
That was like at 2 in the morning, 2:22.
Oh, was it?
Oh no, it was after midnight, right? 12 something. The call was 22 minutes long, 22 seconds long.
Um, 2:22. Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins with his butt for 1 second, and 2:22:52. Brian
Do you know
Higgins
who you're speaking with?
calls him back.
I don't know.
2 seconds. Is Karen still on scene?
I thought they said they put her in that car that's there, but the ambulance
Mr.
left. I thought
Brennan,
she went in
at
the
this
ambulance.
point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, because I've got her calling her dad, which she must have done inside the ambulance. Did she? No, she was in the car with KERRY. Remember, they asked her to come back.
Okay, so she didn't go in the ambulance with him.
Not initially, no. She went with KERRY, and then KERRY came back because the officer on scene called her back and said that her mother had called and she was suicidal to bring her back. And then she went via ambulance to the hospital. Yeah? Is that correct? I'm pretty sure that's what they said. All right, well, I'll mute this. But I'll keep it playing. Oh, hang on. We're behind, so I can skip it. Look at that. And okay, well, we're still on break. Oh, we might be just coming back. Look at me go. I'll unmute it now, I suppose. You all hear that?
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
6:35. That's when Jen McCabe walks up the driveway. So all this happened in exactly 30 minutes. From the time they arrived to the time Jen walks up the driveway. Why is that? Whose phone is ringing?
I don't know, but we should be able to stab whoever it is.
Who's that doing that? Kill it. Kill it.
Although, isn't this just the most riveting stuff you've
Yeah.
ever seen in your life?
There is a reason for it, because otherwise he would not be doing it. Trust me.
I know, but you're not supposed to be having to give the
Do you know where you are at
jury
this point, Ms.
adrenaline
Roberts?
injections to keep them
No.
conscious.
You could fast forward just a little bit more, please.
And then what's happening with that layout?
Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
So they've taken temperatures of the phone.
Stop it.
6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No,
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
no,
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
yes.
Thank you for your time.
So she leaves the scene at 6:34. Hmm.
Your Honor, may I? Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Cross-exam.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes,
Would you say it's more than 50?
maybe around there.
Okay.
Maybe
Bloody
less.
hell.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case?
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
Yeah.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Next
Enough.
question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchanan? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him, Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify,
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
You are.
Because it's a very different testimony to the last one in like if I recall.
I think she's been asked a lot more questions this time.
Yeah. Unexpected detailed summary. I'm getting it.
To be honest, I don't think the prosecutor last time was that bothered about asking her too much.
No. I'll be able to tell you in a second.
Also, it's very weird. She wasn't cross-examined last time.
No.
I'd forgotten about that.
She really didn't have much to say.
No. Apparently, there wasn't much
In the first
information to
trial.
give. But there's a lot this time, isn't there?
Well, that's the thing. Remember, though, witnesses can't volunteer information. They can only answer what they're asked. If someone doesn't ask them the question, they can't answer it.
Well, they went looking for it.
Mind you, I do like the way that they got very, very worried when she mentioned about the witness harassment.
I think that they're not allowed to say that, are they? Because it's part of still an ongoing investigation with Turtle Boy. Is that right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're allowed to mention it or not.
Well, I think Brennan's going to hit it on redirect. Jackson objected because that was not the answer to his question.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos, like videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe? at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving
time?
down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line
Karen's
on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck?
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay, so she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see, that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol?
I do not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Okay. Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate.
Does that have combined
it
it too?
7, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into
Just
it.
sneaky.
I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead.
What happened?
Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, "My boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home"?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
CPR, some level of life-saving to Officer Seraph when he got out of and y'all flagged him down.
We just watched it.
It's been previously marked as Exhibit 4.
Let's boost that.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. In just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop.
I can't make it out.
Did you hear
No
that
one can
last
make that out.
statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay.
Couldn't make it out.
Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye?
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you're pointing to the left side of your nostril.
Yes.
And basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek?
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now, both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye?
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McKay's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
Give page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period.
This is
When we
started.
get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure.
Yeah.
I apologize, I've already got it up here.
Yeah.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does.
Tried to drag him and couldn't.
4/26/22.
Yes.
Don't say I'd never give you nothing.
Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I
Oh,
do.
she must
Because
have
on the pages
prepped
after
with
this,
Jen
they say-
McCabe.
She what?
She must have prepped with Jen McCabe. Oh, did I say that? Show it to me.
Uh-huh. So she's asking to see the transcripts of her last testimony. Is that
Yeah, he just quoted her testimony and she said, "Can I see it?"
okay? All right, I'm about to print it
And
out.
now she's like, "Do you have the other pages?" Just like Jen McCabe.
Uh-huh. All right. I shall be. I'm gonna put some more paper in the printer and I'll print it out.
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate? Do you see it in the?
Yes, it is.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time? Thank you. Just for reference, I'm going to change both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay. What I'm looking for is still not here, because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for a question.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, about 2 years ago.
yes,
3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
yes,
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
yes,
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
yes,
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this, actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie,
Okay.
and it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through. Okay. You can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that?
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay. You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So,
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you a 2-page report, Ms. Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight, if you want to take a look at that.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Did that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say that the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the middle.
No,
Just
that's
in the
the
middle
upper
of the
left
taillight,
bit.
though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go-ahead camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they had the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office, and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction, we need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it, it's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No, well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lang.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lang there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me, sorry. I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I, Coach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks.
Her exact statement was Karen's car had damage to the right
March
passenger
7th,
taillight
2023?
Does that
with
refresh your
snow
recollection?
caked around it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Don.
Let's see if I can get more detail.
You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lang at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes.
at her house
Yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house, is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house, so I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house?
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house, yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay,
nephew, is my son's best friend.
got
So
it.
he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lang's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lang's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lang there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lang?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lang himself, Mike Lang, on that trip,
No, I did not.
but you don't know whether or not Jen did.
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just the number of times, volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another? On her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement. Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right? Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview?
Sorry about that.
If anybody.
My husband was home.
Stop it a sec.
I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hear something funny?
Whoa. Is your microphone?
I was expecting one package from Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow they screwed up and tried to send me over 400 of the same thing.
Was it anything good?
No, it was a replacement air filter.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to buy any more now, do you?
No, it was an air filter for the car, and it's like, what the hell?
400.
Uh-huh. So just the poor delivery drivers there trying to ring the office to say, yeah, no. He only wants one of these boxes, not all 400 boxes.
So like there's a shitload of boxes.
Yeah.
They didn't charge you for it, did they?
Nope. I checked. I said, I've not paid for 400. I don't want 400 of them. But if you're most insistent, I'll take them. And yeah, okay.
I'm going to go on Marketplace. There is nothing in her previous statement at all.
From what I remember about her first time, they barely talked to her. She was on the stand, I think, for like 5 minutes total or something.
The actual thing. Where is it? It goes right through, but excuse me. regarding Karen's taillight, Kerry heard Karen asking about her taillight. Kerry observed that Karen's car, the Lexus, had damage to the right passenger taillight. What the hell? Hang on. And it says that it was snow-caked around the damaged area. And that's the direct observation that she made at Jennifer McCabe's house. That's the only description she gave. I'm just going to take this call. One sec.
No problem.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously?
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that.
Yeah.
You received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview?
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead, over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
So the upshot of that was Tanya was telling me they're talking about the grand jury testimony, not the first trial. So she's looking for that transcript.
Thank you.
So the second page.
There was even less information she gave in the trial.
And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You can take a look at that. May I?
Yes.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were
That
limited on
statement should
time in that interview?
Available too,
Meaning,
shouldn't it?
we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No,
They didn't cut you off, correct?
no,
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Don, may we approach?
Yes.
How do you spell DeChico? DeChico. I haven't seen any statements. I didn't think they documented any statements from any of them. Transcript. What Kerry Wright said in her testimony. What's that from? That can read. Oh, that's what I've got. That's what I've got.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the report.
No. Bring it to her and show it to her again.
She's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you were asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, I have got it.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keith, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keith and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Thanks. Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just to refresh your recollection.
Oh. Oh, for the date, yes.
Yes.
What date was it that you met with him?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory, going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview?
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince?
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand.
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over, is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over, is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms, is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury, is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lally, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends because
Correct.
of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
Mm-hmm.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You said talk of that one. Good morning, Elizabeth. Oh.
Did you ever?
Yes.
Well, the defense is giving away their strategy.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you. To take a look at actually.
By what?
They're giving away their strategy. It's all going to be, it's all a giant conspiracy headed by Jen McCabe.
They're all well, they're doing a Hank Brennan. They're discrediting every witness, destroying their credibility. That's exactly what his defense strategy was with Whitey Bulger. Exactly. And it was all over him being a jailhouse snitch. That's what he focused on.
Actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jim McCabe during that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
Mayor Rocho?
Yes.
Yes. He's so brash, isn't he? Taxi.
Mayor, you're on.
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in a rush. So, Matt?
Yes.
Take this back.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Ms. McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Ms. McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Ms. McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Ms. Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three of you?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that?
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes,
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
yes,
Tell the whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and guilty of perjury. Is that right?
yep.
I heard that.
Yeah, that's what I needed. Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. And if you can read on to page 83 as well.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear. May I approach?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just a portion of the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay. Yep. I say I think, so I'm not
I
positive.
have a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that You were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Remember being asked that question?
No.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to look at lines 16 through 18.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
She's not happy, is she? You know, like this. She got the shits up now. She got the rag.
That was very detailed, you'll agree, but that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms.
I
Roberts?
thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In the
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question. What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet, that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer that.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which is
know
why
it
I said it.
How did you know it happened, Miss Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about that.
Sarge,
Timeline that Jennifer McCabe
just stop
helped you with,
turning right
that
there.
influenced your testimony
Come on.
in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
Us?
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
Up, 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 boom.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law
Gotta be
enforcement
evasive.
agency,
And
a separate law
advice.
enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes,
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure. Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document, just to familiarize yourself with it, if you don't mind, including the front page. And don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. You may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
search.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact
A lie.
false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it.
Nah.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you trying to,
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Sustain, watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Mr. McCabe?
Is that a dig at
Did you
Lally?
begin your response by saying, at one point?
You can show her her response.
That was a dig, wasn't it?
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah.
Page 83, line 19. Can I ask you to look at page 83, line 19? Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You done? When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with "at one point"?
Yes.
When you chose the words "at one point," what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This is a Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again?
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again?
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll
Oh
allow
my
that.
God, he's
No.
going down the victim line, isn't he?
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it about, to a number of?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people.
Endured.
Why?
Because it helps me get through, and it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection, please.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
With
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asked to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital.
Okay.
She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review in detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Kerry, Kerry, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
Yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No.
or exaggerate?
No.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
There's a
You
pond.
were asked whether or not you told
Canton
people
called
on January 29th
Onkapoeg Pond.
about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes.
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
Yes.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
Yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
we
took off our shoes
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
No.
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
No.
You and Miss
You do
McCabe?
now.
Oh.
They do now.
Oh.
You and Miss
That's
McCabe took your shoes off?
disrespectful.
Yes.
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
She did not.
How do you remember that?
Because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
And
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No.
Did you volunteer to be part of this
Yes.
after the call?
Yes.
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
Yes.
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No.
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
No.
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
Say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
this is getting tedious.
Yep.
Objection.
Okay.
Oh Lord. And let's just liven it up with a side boss. Woo.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
Right, Jimmy. Yes, I was looking up a map of Canton and Boston and where everything was and the location of, Braintree and Dighton and yes, they have a lake called Little Lake. They have a play pit lake. They have a poker ping pong lake.
Oh, come on. You know you were looking desperately hoping to find that they had a lake called Not So Little Lake.
Do you know what?
Yes, no.
Hang on, pause it. I'll forget to tell you this. I live near the Dandenong Ranges in Melbourne, and they have it's a beautiful view when you go up there. They have like Devonshire teas and all this sort of stuff. And up the very top, they have a great pub called the Flop. Yeah, it's like a real English pub, like it's the Fox and Hound or something like that. And I had to pick up my daughter from a friend of hers place up there that way, and we're driving along, and there was a road sign, and I'm like, ah, so laughing, and my mother said, "What are you laughing at, Mum?" I said, "The name of that road. Did you see it?" And she said, "No." "What was it called?" I said, "Up Along Road." She's like, "And?" I'm like, "Where do you live?" "Up Along Road." Yeah. Whereabouts? "Yeah, Up Along Road." Okay. That is just nice of you.
No, it's funny.
And it's like my Wi-Fi password. What would you expect when someone says, "What's your Wi-Fi password?"
Wi-Fi.
Nope, none of your fucking business.
You would not believe, though, the amount of people that have it as things like either Wi-Fi or password.
Yeah. No, it's none of your fucking business. And then they go, "Oh, okay. No, it's really none of your fucking business." That's my password.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
I have no further questions.
Okay, so recross.
Just asked, just a few minutes ago.
A few minutes ago.
Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What did you misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what your testimony is now?
Heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer.
Yes.
Correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a
technically.
little bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it.
And yet under oath.
But I knew it happened at that
And
time.
yet under oath you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And
Not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or is that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how
long to
die
die?
of cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you're upset.
Thank you.
That was naughty. That was very cheeky. Funny.
May I?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I'd like to play clip 3.
Oh, no. Here we go.
Before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right. How long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Just suck it up. There.
Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see a 10-second. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
That's fine. Thank you, Ron.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow
me. What's your take on that?
There was evidence, her testimony, it both hurts and helps the defense.
In that it looks like she's been really coached, or what?
It helps the defense in, well, this is it. It helped them. He pushed it too far. Jackson pushed too far. Her having misheard, lied, whatever you want to describe it as, about the Google search.
Mm-hmm.
He pushed that bit too far. If he hadn't have pushed quite as far with that, he could have discredited her a lot more than what he ended up doing. Because at the end of it, when he's just continually pushing that bit, all it comes across is, okay, you're trying to bully this woman now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not a good place for him to be.
Not when she had such credibility and emotion to start. Cannon did the right thing and focused on the emotional aspects. And Jackson's got him like a bull.
Yeah, and that was a mistake because even if you accept everything the defense is trying to say, this woman is still innocent. She's just a victim in it all.
Yeah.
She's the murdered guy's friend who tried to save his life.
Yep.
You're not going to be able to portray her as a villain.
So when they get back to that jury room, they're just going to go, well...
He was a bit of an arse picking on that woman, wasn't he?
And ignore completely everything that he did.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it doesn't... He focused so heavily on that, which is pointless. This whole Google search thing is a pointless thing. But to focus so heavily on that, but not to focus on any of the taillight damage. He wasn't interested in any of that.
Yeah.
He virtually left that alone, meaning, okay, so she wasn't right about the Google stuff, but what she said about the tail light, well, the defense didn't have any issues with that. He didn't cover the phone call, the first phone call when she says he's dead.
No.
You know, the first one at 5 a.m.
Touched on it, I think, but that was it.
It's like, okay, so you've won this bit about this Google search that no one gives a damn about, but you haven't touched the fact of her repeatedly saying the guy's dead and that she's done it. You haven't touched the damage to the tail light. What on earth? And I think, I can't remember her name, the female lawyer that's on the defense team.
Elizabeth Little.
Yeah, I think it might have been better to have her doing the questions for this one.
Yep, for sure.
And go more of a sympathetic thing. Well, we're very sorry. Perhaps you were confused because of the shock of it all and the trauma.
Yeah, yep.
Rather than trying to play the witness as being the villain, like, oh no, we'll be sympathetic towards it, but at the same time say you're putting across that, yeah, your memory's skewed because of this trauma, because of the emotions involved, you're not remembering things right. Whereas Jackson just tried to go at her with a baseball bat.
Yeah, you can't go and play Mr. Tough Guy and all of them. You've got to.
Yeah, you got to pick. That's why you have several lawyers, so that you can.
Even the Leslie would have been better.
Yeah.
Your Nettie too. But yeah, I agree, Elizabeth. And then you give them that almost false sense of security that you know you're on their side and you sneak in the back door.
Yeah.
We should have been attorneys. Ow.
But oh God, no, I'm far too honest for that shit.
Oh really?
God, yeah, you can't be honest and be an attorney.
Yeah.
But it's going to be very interesting to see what this clip is, because so far Brennan has just bitch slapped them with these clips
at the end, and that's what he's going to do with rebuttal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just emailed and said, oh, okay. She might have the oh, I think she's got the grand jury testimony. Yeah, fuck.
And to be honest, the defense didn't make enough of, okay, why didn't you say this at the grand jury? Why didn't you say this in the last trial? Okay, she's good to say she was never asked, but then when she says she's talked about it with other people, okay, who have you talked about this with? Who did you talk about this with at the time that you've told the same as you've told today? Right, let's go interview them.
Yeah.
Let's see whether they remember you saying this shit from then.
She's taken a break, hasn't she, the judge? Like at 5 to 1.
No, the defense are reviewing this 10-15 second clip to see if they object to it or not. I find it very difficult how the hell they're going to object to it when, you know, it's their own client.
Why couldn't they do it in the lunch break? Because Bev likes to have it at 1 o'clock. It's on the dot. Massachusetts don't allow release of grand jury testimony. Well, she's a talker, that one. Yeah. Where have I got it? I've got it. Oh, no, I've got it. Because I did it before. Yeah.
But it...
I like the two, what if anything, references.
It just... I mean, I think she freaking well did kill him, but even I'm getting frustrated with just how incompetent her defense is. I mean, it's getting near the point where Brennan could just sit there and go,
yeah, pretty much. I can use the 7 seconds, can I? All right, hang on. Let me review this before I... Oh. Come on, download. Oh, Lord. Well, let's take this opportunity to have a word from our sponsor.
I'm going to pause here and say, well, yes, you fucking rock. The defense rests.
Hey, you timed that perfect. The back.
I did. No, I did.
You jammy bugger.
I'm just going to mute while I listen to this.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Kerry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right. All right. Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
What I tell you, what I tell you. Come on, download it. Ow. Stupid phone. My fingers have gone a bit numb too. It's a wee bit chilly here. All right. Well, I might put on this the hearing thing today after we shut down. Yeah. That all right with you? Did you want to do anything?
Yeah.
Do you want to show us? Yeah. While we're waiting.
Now 3 times.
What?
I can't think of anything.
All right, cool. Whilst this is playing, I might have a stretch too. Alrighty. It's about 15 minutes, I think. I recorded. Ready? Go.
So I asked this morning, there were 100 or so texts referenced in the exhibit, whatever was presented by you folks. I asked if Mr. Jackson, if he provided them, because my order was clear they would be provided, and he said no. And I asked you at sidebar whether they were deleted, and you said yes, in due course. I have no idea what that means, Mr. Alessi. Why don't you explain that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain it. Here's what it means. Like anybody's phone, those text messages are 2 years old. They don't exist.
So can you also tell me, aren't the ABA guidelines the council is supposed to keep everything in a case for 5 or 7 years?
I do not believe that is the ABA rule with regard to experts. I'm unaware of that.
In regard to your client, and this was in regard to your client's case, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Records kept regard to your client's case, which these are experts that were, there's 100 text messages leading up to trial when I was told that by you that there was a pause email and then all of a sudden out of the blue a bill appeared in July. This shows that's not true, Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, that was a different question that Your Honor asked me back then. That was about emails. That was not about text messages.
Have emails been provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All emails have been provided. And that is why we are in compliance with all orders. And I will say also with regard to text messages,
We have provided, pursuant to every order, every single text message that exists. Mr. Brennan just said, I believe there has to be more there. There's not more there, and I don't believe there can be an order of preclusion based upon the speculation of opposing counsel that there must be more. We affirmatively created a document, Your Honor, to be more transparent than the records, where we summarized all of the communications. Yes, we don't have the text of the text messages, but we were completely forthright and set forth every text that was made. Plus, we turned over from Ms. Little, the only other person on the defense team who communicated with ARCA, we turned over her texts and the text of her text messages. There is nothing else in existence to provide, and importantly, the defense was under no order to preserve the text of text messages. And we have never received, as part of discovery in this case from the Commonwealth, any communications between the Commonwealth and its several experts. That has not been what has occurred in this case. But of course, once Your Honor on Friday issued that order to provide everything, we provided everything we can that we had. The bottom line is, Your Honor, we've turned over absolutely everything we have, and in addition to that, we created a document so that it would be easier. We're the one who showed all of these text messages from Mr. Jackson historically. We created that document. There's no basis for a discovery violation. There's no basis for an order violation. We are in full compliance. So that's the prong one, Your Honor. Prong one is what Mr. Brennan has alleged is incorrect because we turned over, and we did it recently and consistently. We've turned over all emails and Ms. Little's text we provided. There are no text messages in 2024, and there's no order that required those to be preserved, and there is no discovery violation because we can't be in violation of not turning over something that doesn't exist.
All right, go to the second.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Motion.
The second part of the motion, Your Honor, is the most maddening for the defense. And this is the timeline that I can go through very, very quickly. And essentially, what the Commonwealth just argued is we will be so prejudiced that if we get the work that ARCA is underway, working on, that we will be prejudiced because we won't have enough time to address it. Your Honor, the facts show that the timeline for this has been caused by the Commonwealth, not the defense. And I can do it quickly. July 2024, the first trial concludes. November 2024, 4 months later, the Commonwealth decides to retain Aperture. Their decision to wait 4 months to retain an expert, we're the defense. We defend what the Commonwealth alleges. January 30th, 2025, 2 months after that, and 6 months after the first trial, we get an Aperture letter report that's barely discernible about what they've done. It's a 1 page and 1/4 of conclusions and opinions in outline form. Next, January 31, 2025, we get the initial Aperture 140 slide presentation. January 31st, February 5th, we get the case file. In February 19th, we finally get the raw images from Aperture in the scans. That's the first time we get raw images and scans. You can't have an expert work on anything until you even get those raw images in scans. We move, and we have a hearing on March 20, 2025, to preclude Dr. Welcher because the slides are so incoherent and the report is so insubstantial. We can't tell what it is their theory is. So then on March 24th, and at that hearing, the Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise that. So we're already into March 20th. The Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise. Your Honor put the defense on a short leash. We accepted it. And by March 24, we received the PowerPoint that was of the Aperture that was supposed to have two things happen. It was supposed to be redacted, and there were certain things that were supposed to be changed. What did we get on March 24th? It wasn't redacted, and there were 3 substantive changes to it. The Commonwealth has said twice, including today, there were no substantive changes. There's 3 of them, and to the extent Your Honor wants to hear, I can detail exactly what those changes were.
So why don't you highlight them very quickly, because I...
6, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. 102, they changed the conclusion regarding the time that the tail light was broken. No small change. 123, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. And I want to be clear on the date. That's March 24th. We have a hearing on March 25th. We agreed to provide our response to these revised Aperture documents. Here is the key data point. On March 26th, the defense engages ARCA. Just 2 days after we get the revised PowerPoint with 3 substantive changes. And then we started to respond and provide more information. On March 27th, we responded to the Commonwealth's revised PowerPoint and the Welsh report, and then the last 2 items, we renewed our request to preclude Dr. Welcher on Delbert Lanigan grounds. April 1st, and this is another key date, the court decision allowed Dr. Welcher to testify, but also allowed the defense to re-raise objections at trial when Dr. Welcher testified. What does that timeline show? That timeline shows that the Commonwealth took 6 months from the last trial. 6 months. And the defense took merely 2 days after they got the final report of Aperture to retain ARCA. Last point I want to make, Your Honor, is the argument of the Commonwealth that we strategically waited to retain ARCA. Nothing could be further from the truth. As the court knows, and has been the case with this unorthodox situation, ARCA was retained by the U.S. government. They worked pursuant to the U.S. government, and we had to get the permission of the U.S. government to retain ARCA. We moved expeditiously to do that. We got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the final version of Aperture documents, including scans, we put ARCA on it. It has only been since March 24th, not even a month, have we had finally the information from Aperture, which is still inadequate. Our experts still say, with regard to what Aperture did, in some instances, they can't even figure it out because the information is so inadequate. Nonetheless, because of all the considerations we're aware of, we had ARCA proceed forthwith with post-haste. And they are working post-haste, but, Your Honor, we are the defense. That's where I started. We had to understand as best we could what Aperture did. In conclusion, 2 points. No violation whatsoever on text messages, emails, court orders. All complete, robust compliance. And with regard to the allegation that there was something said, that there's some surprise that there were so many text messages, on June 10th, 2024, and I've got the transcript on an, albeit on an electronic device, right in front of me, I just got to get the passcode. Mr. Jackson read a text message right live that he had with ARCA. He read it, and here's what it said. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week but not next week, so I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson.
Hold on. Court reporter can't hear you. She asked you to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Am I going too fast? Yes. Thank you. All righty. Go ahead. Thank you. My apologies. So, Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week but not next week, so I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson, Dr. Wolf just texted me and said, I presumed you were in court. Give me a call when you're available. The court reporter, I'm getting an interference. Mr. Jackson, I'm so sorry. The court reporter, that's okay. We have been completely transparent that there were text messages, as opposed to emails, text messages about scheduling, about other administrative matters. Mr. Brennan is completely free on cross-examination of ARCA to address every one of his speculations, every one of his suspicions, every one of the ghosts that have been created on this topic. He can address them. If he thinks that we're wrong, we're misstating, he's got the opportunity to speak to ARCA and ask those questions. Your Honor, it is improvident to, based upon speculation, preclude the defense from putting in a defense.
I'm not making a conclusion today regarding precluding the defense.
Okay, all right.
What's next? So I need you to wrap it up because there's something I want to say.
Certainly, Your Honor. I'm going to wrap it up in 10 seconds. There are no violations of any discovery order, no violations of this court's order, and with regard to the retaining of ARCA, because we're the defense, we acted expeditiously in response to the information we're getting, and this can be tested with ARCA, the statement I'm going to make. To this date, ARCA still has trouble understanding what it is that Aperture did and didn't do, which was the reason for my Dalbert Lanigan motion, but we proceeded nonetheless. Happy to entertain responses to any questions.
All right. No, thank you. All right. So as you all know, I previously wanted you to have a seat, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I previously found and believe Mr. Alessi, when he was talking about the rules of professional conduct, did say, I agree, a violation of Rule 14, but not regarding the rules of conduct. At a prior hearing, I found a violation of the defense's reciprocal discovery obligations. It was clear to me, and I found that it was deliberate. This appears to me, contrary to what you've argued, Mr. Alessi, that this is another violation of my order and of the reciprocal discovery violations. We need to figure all of this out before you're allowed to call these witnesses. So I'm going to have a voir dire hearing this Friday. I know we planned on having the view. I need the ARCA witnesses here Friday morning. So we need a voir dire, if you intend to call them, a voir dire on all of this. And I will be sending an order for production of records. I just need to amend it for ARCA to bring all these items with them. So Friday will be for ARCA for a voir dire hearing in the morning. So we'll see you tomorrow for trial, Friday morning for this.
Yeah, that hearing's been moved to Monday.
Has it?
Yeah, that's the one they moved today to Monday because ARCA couldn't be there on Friday or something.
Okay. I went to have a stretch
That's
and I've
why.
been playing at something else.
That's why they're having a half day on Monday as well as on Friday. Or the jury is anyway.
Yeah.
But now you see what I was saying about, yeah, she's annoyed because they're hiding records. And apparently not for the first time that the defense has been hiding records.
They're allegedly hiding, like, they're going
Well,
on.
no, the first one she found against them that they'd deliberately hidden records.
Yeah, she made that determination, but she hasn't actually seen any of the shit.
No, for the first one she did. This is the second time the defense has been caught hiding records.
So why doesn't she then have a go at, you know, these bloody Sally Port videos that are now just appearing out of nowhere? Like, why isn't it good for the goose, good for the gander? You don't see Hank getting reamed over the coals, you know? Like, that's my point.
Because
this is Hank. He's a bum. He's a
no,
bum brown.
it's because the defense are useless. They are no good at doing this.
I don't know. I don't know.
You know, when O.J. Simpson had his trial, he put together what everybody called the Dream Team.
I have not actually watched that trial, but yeah.
This is not the Dream Team. This is the fucking Nightmare Team.
And what did you think of O.J. Simpson's team?
They were brilliant. They got him off when he was guilty as shit. They were amazing. They ran circles round the prosecution.
He was guilty, yeah?
Oh, he was definitely guilty.
Because, you know, Steve from Justice is the Process, his dad was part of it. You know,
the defense team were brilliant. They annihilated the prosecution. They made the prosecution into a laughing stock.
You know, the guy that jumped in on chat yesterday, Steve from Justice.
Yeah.
Yeah, his dad was because that was when DNA was just emerging.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was when DNA was just emerging in America, which was about a decade later than everywhere else.
Yeah. Well, he was part of the OJ team, the defense team.
Because remember, the UK had been using DNA since the 80s.
We should see what he's doing, and I reckon you'd have a good chat with Steve. Mind you, Steve could chat to a splinter on a wooden chair. He loves the chat. Loves the chat. Wonder what he's doing.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It helps you do well on YouTube if you like to talk. Otherwise, it gets a bit boring for the audience.
Yeah. Except, unfortunately, because we only catch up, because he's in America and I'm here, we do a podcast together. So our planning streams almost always get rescheduled to half an hour before the start of the podcast. And that half an hour gets taken up and catch up and yeah, and that actually extends longer than that. And I've got people messaging me going, "Are you starting?" I'm like, yeah. I just waiting. Hang on, I'm waiting for a break. He's funny, but he knows that like his knowledge and base of the law and processes and how things influence, like decisions get influenced, and how that will then potentially affect. It's just phenomenal. Like, I'm really, actually, he should have an idea whether or not, what's happening with this strike, because I think the time limit is up on whether they have because they had 10 days to lodge a claim or something, like whatever. And if they don't
They have
lodge it,
10 days to respond.
and yeah, if it's not, it gets dropped straight away. But it takes a couple of days for YouTube to get onto it. So,
well, no, because YouTube reviews it whether they respond or not.
I wonder if,
even if they don't respond, YouTube can still say, yeah, no.
Really, even if they don't lodge.
YouTube can do whatever the hell they like.
Oh.
There's a reason why those agreements are so long that no one ever reads them fully.
Yep. Yeah, no, he hasn't been.
It's like all the jackasses who scream on YouTube about their First Amendment rights on YouTube. Yeah, you don't have any.
It's a business.
YouTube's a private business, not government. Yeah. It can do what it likes to make you shut up.
Yeah. Pretty much. All right. Well, I might I'm going to go and have a stretch. And do you want to take over the streaming of the second half?
Yeah.
From the feed, and I might lie down for the second half, and yeah, I will commentate horizontally. My favorite way.
No snoring.
I will keep I'll keep my audio on. And Tanya will ring me if I start snoring. Guaranteed. All right. You guys have what have I got? Have I got anything to play?
So I got a song I can play while you're switching.
What was that?
I've got a song I can bung on while you're switching.
Only fart and snore if I need. I can play you my fart video. I'll put it in there, and if you decide to play it, you can. It's a good one for a laugh. I don't think Bryce seen it actually. Where is it? And I'll go and actually try and contact Steve. I'll reach out and see what he's up to. He might jump on for a chitty chat. Oh, is he allowed to? Oh, he can jump in the chat panel. What, he can jump on?
You can go on other people's panels. Yeah, that's fine.
Really?
Yep.
The fuck? So I could run the podcast and he could come on as a guest of mine.
Yeah, as long as it's a guest. He can't be a co-host.
Well, there's nothing in the podcast that states that he's a co-host.
Yep. I dozed off. What happened to Steve?
Jodie killed him with her farts.
That's what I was thinking, but I thought I'd double check.
Hang on, let me add this. Did you see my fart video? Right?
I don't recall.
Oh, you'd remember. So
I'll pull from Jen McCabe's book. Show me.
Yeah. So
you're gonna regret that.
Over the weekend, I decided that I was sick to death of watching Karen stuff and doing research. So I flicked over, and Miss Shorty was on, and I jumped into her chat because she's an Aussie. She lives half an hour from me. And the conversation it was the stream was called "Find Your Joy." So I jumped in the chat and started having a chat, what have you. It went downhill from there pretty much. The chat started talking about farts. And just the week prior to that, we were streaming. I was doing the Karen Reid first trial, and I was in chat with Udahev, and he had said the Cementilli verdict was in, and I said, all right, no worries, you can. I haven't been following that. You can do a spoiler. And he said to me, all right, I need a drum roll. So I paused the feed and went, all right, you can have a drum roll. And I started looking for my sound effects, and I couldn't find anything. And at the same time, I thought, oh, okay, I need to do a one-cheek sneak. Except it wasn't a sneak.
Oh.
And there was absolutely no getting out of it, no denying it, and I just had to own it and run with it. So I then super chatted myself for creative improvisation and made it into a short. And Miss Jodie got a hold of it. So there you go. You can oh, we don't want that. Oh, shit, wrong one. This one.
Oh, but I love the way that you just described. I used to always feel guilty.
Yeah.
And one of the great things is me and my husband just agree.
That's epic defense rest. The defense rest said, I farted midstream last week and it was fucking hysterical. It was on cue and not meant to be loud. But once I started, I was committed and just rolled with it, like literally. Then super chatted myself for the effort. That's so good. Like, that's so good. You're my spirit animal. I was wondering which one it was, and then I saw the one that said real sound effects on demand.
Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects? That was sound effects, but it wasn't a drum roll.
Was that a fart?
Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects?
That was a fart?
That was sound effect, but it wasn't a drum roll.
Yikes, man. That's a bubble and a half. Each other. Let her rip like defense rest. Did wet. I think that's called a shower.
Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects?
Oh, Jodie.
That was sound effect, but it wasn't a drum roll.
When was that? Was that Taco
Mad
Tuesday?
respect.
No, I had too many plums.
It does. I thought it was a bong rip too. Here, wait. It sounded a lot like this. Wait. Louder. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, wait, pause. That was great. I've got tears in my eyes. Too funny. You're hilarious. I love your dedication to the cause. Bravo. I'm going to pause here and say, well, yes, you fucking rock the defense rest. It was a bubbler, a bubble fart. Yeah.
There was no getting out of it. I had to do it. I had to own it. It's a good one too. Depth, length, stench. There was no getting away from that. So I have broken my fart cherry on YouTube. And you know what? It's
Sounds like you could have broken your chair too.
Yeah. But it's the second best video in my analytics for the month. I shit you not. Oh, yeah. I shit you not.
Yeah, it sounded like one of those ones that you're sort of worried that is it really just a fart or
Yeah. It was the plums. I'd eaten 6 plums, all right?
holy.
Yeah. And as my granddad used to say, you eat the plum, you think the bum. So yes. Miss Shorty's so funny. She was saying that day that about YouTube and its restrictions and what have you. And she says, apparently if you say the C word more than twice in your stream, they really bump you right down the algorithm. And
that is so not true.
So she said, like, I really don't give a fuck, and that's it. That's me. I use the word. If you don't like it, and then she's just kept saying it, and she's even got emojis with the word on it.
My outro song is literally called the cunt song.
I know. I'll play that snip that I cut for you. You ready?
So anyway, what did Steve get struck for?
So, Steve's wife's mum had a heart attack probably 2 weeks ago now, and they live up in Bumfuck West. So his wife had already headed up there because, the family was called to say come. And he was taking the kids up the next day. But he had the Cementilli verdict watch trial on, which was on KSAT News, and it was just a ticking clock. So it went for a long time. But because he was in Bumfuck, he didn't have any internet, so he couldn't turn the bloody thing off. And so that's alerted them, and they've put a copyright strike on him. And literally not 10 minutes after his mother-in-law passed, he gets this email from YouTube saying he's got a 90-day live stream strike. So, yeah, he's fighting that. But KSAT have got apparently 10 days from lodging that strike to actually lodge anything to take it further, because apparently they can take him to court over it. But if nothing, then, according to him, he said that it gets dropped and YouTube can reinstate him. And I think today was the deadline of that 10 days, I think. So I need to touch base with him, because we'd planned to do a podcast every day as a recap of using this database with all the trial transcripts. Oh, that reminds me, I should be able to download hers now.
So is it just for streaming, or can he post, just not live stream?
Well, apparently I don't know. I thought it was for everything, but he has been putting up old videos that he's had recorded. So I don't know.
Sounds like a mess.
Dan seems to think that he can't upload anything on his channel.
You shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, he's putting them in
the stuff he's probably already had scheduled.
Yeah, it was stuff that I think he's pre-recorded, because he breaks all of his trials up into witness testimonies, but he's lodging them in his as a post in his community channel type thing. Does that make sense? Instead of uploading a video, so to speak, it's a post of a video. I don't know. I don't know the rules. I've only just I qualified. Dan got me over the line the day my channel went 12 months. The actual day it ticked over. How's that? So she's fully monetized.
God help us all.
What was that?
I said yay.
It's not an easy task.
Dan said, God help us.
I know. He's the one that got me over the line. I sat on like 750, 800 for weeks. And I was doing like night shift 6 days a week, the whole night, stream after stream after stream, and getting nowhere. And then Dan saved me overnight, literally. It was good. Thank you.
I have a loyal fan base.
Where are they all? Have you told them?
No.
Oh, come on. You've got more people to tap into. I've updated the promo video, so I'll email it to you.
I'm only a small channel.
So am I. You still got more than me. Just
Not
email
that
them.
much more.
Eh?
Not that much more.
All you have to do is email them this promo that I'm going to send you. You don't have to do
What am I
anything
up
else.
to on subs now? Oh, yeah. 10,135.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's 10 times more than me, nearly. Actually, I'm actually nearly up to 1,500, which is good. Tried hot. Yeah, I've been trying to put it on every social media I can, just to get it out there. Why not? Especially because of this database, the analysis thing, because no one else is offering that, and it's based on facts. So, plus, I put a lot of fucking work into it. It's good. Oh, that's what I need to do. I've got to go through Tim's analysis. Where is this? Add. KKK.
Should we have a music break that won't get us copyright struck?
Sure.
Hang on, which one? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That one.
Whispers in the wind on a cold, dark street. Fingers pointing where paths compete. They read her name like it's carved in stone, a heavy truth she bears alone. Voice hero rising to clear her name. The stars offer no guiding light, just Karen walking through the night.
Whoa, that was a bit deep, Dan. That was good. Wow. That gave me goosebumps. That
I
wasn't
might
about
have a few tricks hidden up my sleeve.
It was about Karen Reid, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow. Did you do that on Sooner or? Oh, fuck. Clock's back.
Oh, crap.
Law and crime.
Is it them without the audio?
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
That's me.
Oh, there we go.
Kindly
I was
introduce
waiting
yourself
for you
to the jury.
to take
My
over.
name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am
Hang
John
on.
O'Keefe's mother.
It's all good.
Are you married?
Yes,
Oh, I
Who
didn't
you
expect
married
your
to?
voice.
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
50.
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
I
Kristen.
got some weird outcomes.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
And tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter. My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am. Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as?
Well, what was going to happen with the children?
When she passed?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he passed?
Yes, ma'am.
My son decided to be the head guardian, and then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other 2 guardians. So there's 4 of us.
May I approach you to adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Talking too soft? Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other two guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself, and then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And can you tell us what you see?
That's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
And so, Keith, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh, I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with them. And then the kids were with him too. So.
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
Okay. What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know. I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree?
Mm-hmm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from KERRY Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know KERRY Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor, and as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking, and then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital, and I said, what is she doing here? And she said, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up, his eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
When Kerry Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
yep,
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know, she was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, is he dead, is he dead, did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
Okay. And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got
No.
back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before. And he just said, I'll never see him again. Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
No.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
No.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
No.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a little.
Okay.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
All right,
Oh.
Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set. Right, so what else is wrong?
I think that was the first smart thing I've seen the defense do.
Yeah. That's good. I'm glad they didn't interrogate her. That's.
There's nothing in her statements or anything that would give them anything to go with, and
No.
I'm just very happy they didn't do anything stupid.
Yeah.
A poor woman's suffering enough.
Oh God, 3 kids. Can you imagine? I couldn't even imagine losing one of mine. Like,
I mean, what? She's had 3 kids. She's buried 2 of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is the instant hostility towards Karen from the start, from that family. That's why she never went back to John's house after that, because she just felt so unwelcome. Like, it was instant.
Well, part of it is, of course, her thing is she just left him there.
Yeah, but he's a grown man. He can live like his. What's the big deal about leaving your partner at a party? Like, hell, I don't see the. Now, surely he went out by himself before he met her. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. If something happens and you've left somebody there, you're kind of copping part of the blame for this.
Well, they could have said, perhaps next time, like, yeah, that was stupid. But to cut her off, like, she's been, how long was she with him for? And, those kids get, not only do they lose their primary caregiver, but, she was a big part of their life as well. I just.
Well, part of that, though, of course, we don't know the ins and outs of their actual relationship.
Look,
we know all the stuff that's been commented afterwards and all the rumors and the allegations, but we don't know what their day-to-day relationship was like.
Yeah. Look, I don't for a second doubt she wasn't high maintenance. That's for sure. That's a given, but it doesn't make her a murderess.
No, but it may affect. If she was that high maintenance, was she a little bit jealous of the children, maybe, and the attention they were getting?
I actually think there may have been quite a bit of attention being thrown John's way all the time. Just look at him. Like, maybe she couldn't deal with that.
Yeah, there are 1,001 possibilities that we just don't know the answer to of what their relationship was actually like.
Yeah. 100%, bro. 100%. Oh, wrong one. That's a bad pause. Sorry, court reporter.
Oops.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5.
Can I 10?
They're both on. Both,
Can you explain?
both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. 17.
Yeah.
There's no objection to these? I don't know what they are. Is there a second, please?
That's also a possibility, Tanya, that, yeah, she may have been left to look after the kids a bit too often. It's impossible to say.
And we don't get to hear the kids testify, though, which is fair enough.
Thank God that they're not making the kids testify.
Mm.
If either side suggested the kids should testify, they should be taken outside and beaten with a bat.
Oh, they did testify last time, but they just didn't do any audio or visual.
Yeah.
Mm.
They shouldn't even be made to testify.
Are they on this list? Have a look. No, I'm not eating a plum. Maybe I am. Ow. The last name would be okay for that. No, they're not on there. Well, their last name? No, it wouldn't, because it was his sister's kids.
Yeah.
No, I can't see them on the list, so that's good. And we're only up to witness 3. That's a bit scary, isn't it?
Of 4,727,000 possible witnesses.
Yeah. Actually, I should start adding them to this list. Hey, Nutter wasn't on there. Oh, yes, he is. And then by the end of it, I will have a complete out. Come on. Oh, okay.
There is another short recess. Hopefully you'll get to walk right through the first session courtroom this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
What will I argue over this time?
More video clips.
Mm. Mm-hmm. You put 2 songs in there, didn't you?
Yeah, there is another one there.
You want to play that?
Yeah, can do. Hang on.
May as well.
Oh wait, they're back. That was a very short recess.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. Because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
Yeah.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son, and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties.
Assumption.
Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation.
Oh my
God. They knock on the
God.
door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes.
To get her
They
belongings.
stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon. They get into 2 cars and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence.
No.
Removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our conscience of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the conscience of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Massive stretch.
With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4.
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
Then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar. I'm withdrawing.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
Okay, so tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, in conscience of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for conscience of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscience of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
Right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to...
Yeah, no, it's not there to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe. It's there to show that Karen's been a lying little twat on her TV interviews. And been saying unkind things about the O'Keefe family that they say never happened.
I don't think they had a good relationship from the get-go, from memory.
Probably not.
No.
But this whole bit about making up an entire story in the kitchen.
Who knows? Who knows? Between Peggy and Karen, like, only those two know the truth.
Yeah, but put yourself in the jury's shoes. Who are you going to believe? The grieving mother or the woman accused of killing her son?
Yeah, but they accused her from the get-go. Like, they assumed that, and like when she turns up at the house, she feels that unwelcome that she leaves. Like, this is her boyfriend's house where she's been pretty much living. It's like, yeah.
Well, it goes back even further than that, though. She's screaming at her in the hospital about whether her son's dead or not.
She's hysterical. That's how she reacts. She's obviously got anxiety issues because she's on medication, so everyone takes it differently.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that taints the relationship.
Yeah, so but that doesn't give Peggy a right to start accusing her of all this shit either. Like, I don't know.
But the only person that says that Peggy's accused her of anything is Karen Reid. No one else says Peggy's accused her of anything.
Or whoever was in that. Yeah, no, Paul does as well. They all do.
To impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reid, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative, in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. Has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements that are relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They can just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not an evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction? Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So you're in agreement that statement just comes in?
we're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying.
No, I said you're okay.
But I'm not objecting that it at this point that it should come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in, or is it going to be 5 minutes? Can they come right in? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one.
Yes, and give it to me so I can look at it, please.
This is it.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes. Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right? Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
So what is he just going to play the clip? Is he going to, I thought you had to introduce evidence through a witness.
Well, yeah, you'd have to lay foundations, surely. But
Who'd they call to the stand?
I
is it going to
think
come down to or?
I think they're getting away with a lot of it because it's her public statements.
Yeah, but who's the witness that's going to come in under?
No one
Well,
is coming in as evidence.
Oh, so we're just going to have a video interlude? Here, watch this clip, and then we'll call
Yeah,
witness.
It's not
Yeah, pretty much.
I didn't think you could do that.
You can if it's the defendant's own public statements, yeah.
I thought they were going to bring them in the opening statements. Not like in the middle of the trial, strategically placed after an emotional witness. It's highly prejudicial.
That's why I just play a lawyer. I don't know the rules.
Nah, me too.
Although you're absolutely right. How they didn't figure this would happen when they did it. Yeah.
What?
Hey,
yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
Rita. Do you know what? I think she was warned. I think she's been told about this. And she did it anyway.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anyone denies that she is a very controlling individual. She's most definitely a control freak. And I think a lot of the times she just does whatever the hell she wants. It's like, it's extraordinarily unusual for every single time there's a sidebar, you notice she's actually part of it.
They're supposed to be. No, they normally are. Normally they have earphones, but she's not been part of it. They wouldn't let her have the earphones. They've ruled against it. So she just sits there and then she gets filled in when they get back. She does have a right to get up and attend the sidebar as well. But
it's exceptionally rare that a defendant will. Normally it's just the attorneys.
No, but the defendant that now have the earphones, they put the headphones on them so that they can hear what's going on, especially if they're shackled or handcuffed or whatever. Who's Captain Quig?
What?
I think Tanya's gone down a rabbit hole. She must have been. You were searching relationship with
Captain
Peggy.
Quig.
Who's
Red
that?
Dwarf.
The Cane Mutiny.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't know who you're talking about.
That was a good movie.
The Cane
Very good
Mutiny.
book too.
Worried. So I was presuming she saw my cracked ceiling. I was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I sit down on the stairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. Because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas GUARINO.
Oh, so this is number. I did say I was going to go right down, didn't I?
Yep.
Yep. So we are on state witness number 4, Nicholas. Now, this was a controversial witness, from memory.
I forgot who he was.
I can't remember law enforcement, but I can't remember why exactly he was controversial. I just remember hearing it.
At this point, would it not be easier to list those who are not controversial witnesses?
I was thinking the same thing. Which witnesses weren't controversial?
I think the only one we're going to have is Peggy.
No.
He was the only non-controversial witness. That's it.
Yeah. No, actually, Tan, it was on DUI guide. He did an assessment on Nicholas
God,
GUARINO.
that idiot.
And Tan keeps texting me all these DUI guide videos, but he did apparently an analysis on his testimony or something, and yeah.
Oh God.
Mm.
The world's largest ambulance chaser.
Let's go there.
Please. Okay, thank you. You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
No,
God.
fuck off.
She can take it.
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll be most comfortable back in the car.
Okay, proceed.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas GUARINO.
Mr. GUARINO, where do you work?
I work the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Norfolk.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so a little 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But
what does that mean?
Handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time in your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Norwood PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO, CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes, quite literally plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GRAY-KEY. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GRAY-KEY? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. The only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data is not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because it will show.
I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the GrayKey program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through GrayKey?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once GrayKey has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through GrayKey, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're just two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download
I know. Can you pause a second?
a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using...
You know how you were going on about why they banging on about Celebrate and blah, 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 blah. They would have had it analysed by other companies who will just spell that. You watch. Other experts, not from Celebrate. Yeah? You getting me?
The police won't have used experts from Cellbrite. They'll have used their own experts who are trained in Cellbrite.
No, but like the extraction, like because Celebrate is the program to decipher the extraction. So
yeah,
they would have gotten experts to use different programs to confirm it. That's what they'll be doing.
No. Greykeep is just the way of making the copy. That's all it is.
There's got to be other programs other than Celebrite that can.
You might use Axiom, but you'd use either or. You'd try using both.
Well, they'll get Axiom experts in. They'll get someone, guaranteed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be mentioning it.
No, they're going to go after the Celebrite report. It's all this bloody how long's to die nonsense. That's what they're, for some reason, everyone's fixated on, even though the company who makes the software says, yeah, no, you got this wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is they're going to argue that the company that made the software, there's other companies out there that say the contrary.
Yeah, but they didn't use those. They used Cellbrite. The defense used Cellbrite as well.
Can they get that reanalyzed by another company now, though, like as part of their defense?
I doubt they're going to get any different results than what Cellbrite have put out. The other company's going to say the same thing, that no, you guys misinterpreted this data. You made a complete hash of this. This wasn't done at this time. It was done at this time. These companies have no axe to grind in this fight, other than the fact of the defense keeps saying stuff that isn't true about them. They don't want to be involved in this case. But they have no choice because the defense keeps making up shit about them. That's why the defense should shut up about it and just leave it out.
Yeah.
That subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know, because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually.
Do you remember was down or not?
After the
say again?
Do you remember when they scheduled that voir dire for the ARCA witnesses? Was it Monday?
Yeah, that's on Monday.
Arvo?
Yeah, I think Monday afternoon.
All right, cool. Cheers. Go ahead. Proceed.
The extraction happens after that copy made. Did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that GreyKey gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes. So it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite their software has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the Gray Key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the Digital Forensics Laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the Gray Key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally first.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it would be January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into GrayKey, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We placed on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight. I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sir. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I'm sorry. My apologies. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Could you look at both pages, please?
Yes. Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the.
I'll just ask you a couple more questions, if you don't mind. What is it?
It's the GrayKey progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
Yes. So it's in. Yeah. So it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the. Sorry, it's got cut off, but.
Why don't I put it up for an exhibit so that we
Okay.
can show you?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 18, so March.
May I show that exhibit to the jury? May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so.
Oh.
The top button, please. Can you walk us through what this report means?
Yep. So here at the top, here it is. again, it says Great Key progress report, and then it gives the report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5, 16:10, so it'll be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number iPhone 11. And
Nothing
then
at all.
if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number.
Well, except for the fact this cop can't do time.
Device ID.
This cop what?
This one is what Great Key assigns to the.
He can't tell time. 16:10 UTC for them. Would be 11:10 a.m. local time.
Depends. Was it daylight savings or?
No, it was in January.
Yeah, that's daylight savings time.
It would have been the time conversions have happened enough that it's 5 hours.
Because mine changed 2 hours. Here.
Yeah, UTC is basically Greenwich Mean Time. They just don't like saying Greenwich Mean Time.
Well, if they said Greenwich Nice Time. No. Sorry.
But boom.
Yeah. You know
Zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please?
It's the same thing,
Is
bro.
that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop. Instead, it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it'd be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained, or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. John, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor, subject to the recall.
Okay. All right, Trooper, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
Should I?
You could just leave him right.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
Wait, that witness certainly wasn't controversial.
No, well, yeah. I don't think he contributed a lot last time. He just made it more confusing. So I think they did a big voir dire on him too.
I don't know why they had him give evidence, because they've got the guy from Cellbrite coming to talk about the software. It seemed a bit pointless.
Yeah, you're preaching to the converted, my love. So who's this one? Whiffen, did they say?
I don't know if it's whiffing yet, but if it is, that's going to be cool.
Well, this guy, GUARINO, testified straight after Whiffen last time, so... But it was later on in the trial, like, oh, witnesses 66 or something. No. Yeah, 66. Did you look for nudes? State witness 5.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Daniel Whitley, W-H-I-T-L-E-Y. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkapaug Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
As a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
A fucking
What
ambulance.
was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Snowing.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
I don't know. Ask Jim McCabe.
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before we run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah. Usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Okay. Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew KERRY Roberts.
How did you know KERRY Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 200 yards away from me, around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you knew who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Okay. Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Just somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these 2 gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
when you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
I mean, so it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice, warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we were discussing that, you know, we have a Section 12 that states we have, you know, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital. And we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with 2 people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital, and that was Sam Park.
Sam Bach?
Park, P-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not, or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there's a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not they're not his kids. And I, at that point, I understood who ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know KERRY Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know KERRY Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows KERRY Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her and you know, asked the doc if...
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She you know, seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
Objection.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, you know, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
Objection. Not funded.
No, I'm going to allow it.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw her, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into Ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue. Correct.
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from
well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3 from
or at
your
least
station.
the station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mullaney.
Okay. And
so at least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarif and Mullaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Park.
Okay, and they were in charge of engine 1?
Well, the station 1 engine.
The station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There's a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians, and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was.
Correct. All right. When you got there, you learned, well, strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I'm going to see it, Sandra, please.
Ooh, it's not the fan.
I've just been talking to myself for 10 minutes. The light. I flicked over to Kurt from Uncivil Law the other day, and I swear to God, he spent 10 minutes analysing this light and thinking he was funny. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I know. No, it didn't work.
No.
I should do a cut of it. It was actually quite funny. Mm-hmm. What was it that Hank yelled out then to stop that? Because it wasn't an objection. It was something else.
I don't know. I'm going to go with penis.
Yeah. Phallus?
Yeah, that'll do.
Purple-headed warrior?
Yep.
Junket pumper? One-eyed trouser snake?
Trouser monkey.
Dong? Cock? Where's Anna when you need her?
I know, but I can't believe our audience is letting us get away with saying all these things with no comments back. It's great.
Oh, they're coming. They're coming. They have been very, very quiet today. Udahef must be busy. Come on, surely you can come up with a few, Tricia. Dick, Doodle, Dangler,
Johnson.
Johnson, yeah. Middle leg.
Rod. Jake the Peg.
Yeah. Chester, that's been said, yeah. Come on, let's keep going. There's gotta be more. One-eyed monster.
Packer.
Pecker, yeah. Willie. Ouch. I do believe I am in need of some additional pain medication.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
Anything over 3 months.
Any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control.
Ramrod.
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time.
My understanding.
Rod from the goat.
All right, now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that we may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with a hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to
Bald-headed giggle stick.
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned KERRY Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay, and you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony?
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked
Just
about
for
Kerry
all the
Roberts,
Navy
right?
people.
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34th Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
Oh, dear. About that.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day, no.
Okay. All right, well, that answers my question.
Okay.
The cervix sentinel.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood? Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So,
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
I think you had touched on this earlier. In addition to knowing KERRY Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there have been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the 2 police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Mulaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
No.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
No.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
All right. And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did. I assume so.
Oh my
I mean, there was
God.
only one morning that you went to.
Oh my
34 Fairview.
God.
Well, no, but there could be two
Was
reports. So
that
the
a
engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a
After
report.
But
all
there was
that,
about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now,
then,
there are boxes to fill out
what?
on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we.
After all those things that I've typed, YouTube decided that Mr. Winky was not appropriate.
Right. So literally can have weapon of ass destruction, but you can't have Mr. Winky.
Correct. Yep. Yep.
What the hell?
Yep. Mr. Winky. Yep.
And yeah, you
One
called
eye-
me just as I was going to make a coffee.
Sorry. The one-eyed wonder weasel. Mr. Winky. What the fuck?
Also, yes, people, this testimony is that fucking dull that we're making up names for penises.
Yep. Correct. The pink oboe. Hook sword.
we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay, and that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral / psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah, so that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure, and of course that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety / emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right, and again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's
Picking up
recorded
different
that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset.
Oh, I can't believe this one hasn't been said.
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure. Testosterone.
Actually, if I can just get my glasses so that I can see. Thank you.
Mr. Winky.
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. Once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right. And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
The valiant Vane. The Vienna sausage. Weapon of mass destruction. The one-eyed wonder worm. Winnebago. Oh, the wizard sleeve is not for a doodle, it's for a woman. The wrinkle pump. The yam bag. The yardstick. Oh, jeez. See, this is still educational. The yogurt slinger. Yeah, trick, yes. Oh. You would call it Sigmund Freud, really? Tonsil tickler? I made that one up. Woody the Woodpecker? I like Winnebago. Weenie. The velvet sword.
It'll be short. I don't want to keep you folks here until 4:30. It's been a long day. So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know and be very careful on your social media, okay? Thank you. Have a good night.
All rise, please.
All right. Dismissing. The Jodie.
Wait, we're getting to finish?
I think we might.
We don't have to go back and listen to any more of that boring testimony.
The jury is done for the day. That doesn't mean we're done for the day.
I think that means the jury's eyes were glazing over, going, "Oh, please, God, kill us."
Yeah.
Oh, no.
All right, so we're still in session.
Court is still in session. Please be seated. It's my fault.
All right, so I would like to move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided it to the court. If we haven't, we will. May I have a moment?
Sure. Is it 100 hours or something, or is it?
No, we sent the share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Was that?
Dropbox link on Monday that we sent, but I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can.
All right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine.
Didn't
That's what
realize
that
the
was.
court didn't have access. We will get a zip file, and
All right, you talk to Tori about it, okay, Tori? You'll get it for me. All right.
the intention was that you'd have an advanced opportunity to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
All right. Have your associate talk with Tori.
I will.
All right. All right. Anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
Woohoo!
Hey! Wacko the Diddlo. Right then. Is Bryce still with us?
I'm here.
He's lurking. Lurking.
No, he's desperately off searching for the will to live after that last testimony.
Yeah. Yeah. He's Googling how not to.
That was a snort giggle. Well, I think we're just seeing the beginning of the defense tying everyone to Proctor.
And that is actually a good strategy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Knobgoblin's been done, Tanya. I beat you to that one. Wow. Mm-hmm.
If the defense would spend more time doing that and less time on stupid nonsense, they might have a better chance of winning.
Mm. It seems like there's the attention to every minute detail has to be taken.
Brendan is doing a good job.
Better than Lally, that's for sure.
Just wash your mouth out.
No, it's true.
Well,
At least he's making more sense than Lally did.
That wasn't hard, though, really.
He's still a jerk.
Yeah, but they ain't paying him to be a nice guy.
That's true. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to.
Lally,
here's the thing: if you pay for a lawyer or solicitor, whatever, the last thing you want is the nice guy. What you want is the bloodthirsty motherfucker who would slit his own mother's throat just to watch her bleed. That's the lawyer you want.
They found him. Yes. At least, Lally wasn't dirty. You know, it was an honest fight. It wasn't.
This is an honest fight. They're just being outclassed.
No. Well, it's an expensive honest fight.
Yeah, but people also have this ridiculous idea that the prosecutor's there for justice. No, he's not. He's there to win.
Well,
his job is to win the case.
That just throws the whole American justice system out the window.
No, that is the American justice system. That's any justice system. When it gets to the court case time,
I don't know why they call it
to win. The defense's job is to win.
Yeah, it's an adversarial system. I don't know why they call it justice.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, innocent until
Justice
proven guilty.
is what...
No, that's out the window.
No. The jury's job is to provide justice, not the prosecutor, not the defense. That's the jury's job, is to provide justice. That's what they're there for.
What's the definition of justice?
Well, pretty much whatever they decide is justice. That's why you have a jury.
Whoever finds it a fact.
Well, yeah, if they have the opportunity.
Yeah. They got to wade through the shit to get to the clay, though, huh?
A lot of times it doesn't make sense.
No.
It seems like there's no common sense sometimes when it comes to law.
Yes, yes.
But there's rules for a reason.
But there's obviously ways around it.
Yeah, the problem is, though, due to the lowering of education standards everywhere, we're having to put more and more rules in because people in general have less and less common sense.
Yep. Yep. Very hard to find nowadays.
Yeah, they were saying one of the hardest things now to find with juries is people who can pay attention for that length of period.
Yeah.
People's attention span is 5-10 minutes.
I am not surprised.
And they're definitely going to need it in this case.
Oh, yeah. So, did they finish
there's a lot of juicy witnesses coming up, but there's a lot of what we saw today, which is like so boring.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, not your fault.
I need to find a way to find out who's testifying and in what order.
Well, we need to see the boring so we can complain a lot.
Yeah.
Makes me feel better knowing I'm not the most boring person on the planet.
Oh, hardly.
There's more boring people passing through that witness stand.
Yeah.
And certain witnesses where it's pointless.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what the point was putting his mother through that.
Yeah,
But
that's the emotional.
I suppose it was all. I think he put her on
to personalize,
to justify that clip that
they
objected to.
Yeah,
I think they also had to because they want to try and reinforce to the jury that John O'Keefe was a real person with everything that goes with it.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah. But nothing from an evidentiary standpoint.
No. And I think that was
clips of him, like some video clips.
And as much as it was upsetting for her, I bet you she feels like she's doing something for her son. So there was probably a good feeling for her in there, as hard as it was.
Are the parents still together?
Yeah,
I believe so, but his father is ill, I think. He didn't look so good during the first trial.
No, but they never sat together. You don't see them talk. You just.
We'll have to do some sleuthing. But I'm pretty sure.
Given the amount of media pressure and jackasses who called themselves media like Turtle Boy there's been around this and the shit they've said about him and his family, I can understand why people aren't looking their best and maybe distancing themselves. Because one of the unexpected things with this case hasn't been anything to do with Karen Reid. It's become the questions about what is journalism and what is harassment.
Yeah. Well, I think Turtle Boy has dug up some interesting things, but he sometimes is over the top. A lot of the times he's over the top.
Look, if you watch some of his earlier stuff, like just as it was just before the first trial started, he was a little bit more level-headed and wasn't so full of himself and actually had some decent things to say. Now, Yeah, it's all gone to his head. But you watch, as soon as this is
Yeah.
over, you won't hear from him again because no one will pay him
Well,
attention.
you won't hear from him because he'll be doing about 140 years. Because that's what people forget. He's facing more jail time than she is.
He admitted that too, yeah.
Well, and even if he gets off, I don't think it would be the last we hear of him because he'll move on. He'll find something else.
Oh, yeah. It'll be Sandra Birchmore or it'll be Brian Walsh. Or
big up.
I don't think he's going to get off.
Don't you?
I mean, what are they up to? 21 felony charges now he's got?
I don't know. I don't follow him. No idea. NFI. No,
Yeah, I used to watch. I hadn't subscribed, but I tuned in a few times, and it was just.
What, lately?
I mean, even like at the very beginning of Karen Reed situation, where I was leaning more towards it was a frame up and all that stuff, he was still too much for me. I was feeling bad for people.
I don't agree with his methodology, no. Yeah. And his behaviour. But at the very start, there was a few things that, he did discover and he did.
And, and it's all, I mean, it's extremely clear that there's a corrupt network of politicians and police in Canton.
Oh, no,
some people can do stuff and some people can't. I don't know if I certainly don't think it rises to conspiracies to cover up murder, but when you have that type of stuff going on, it really calls into question, and that's how this whole defense started.
Yeah.
It's just you guys do this shit and then somebody sees it and it just calls everything that you've ever done into question. Yeah. And you can't believe anybody.
No.
So
that word conspiracy gets thrown around a lot, though. I think it's been interchangeable with corruption. But like that, Aint was just on the Whitey Bulger cases in the defense, and he uncovered a shitload of police corruption all the way to the top. And now he's saying that it doesn't exist, and that was in Boston.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, right.
So,
well, I think all the big cities, they swing, the pendulum goes back and forth. LA used to be.
There's another
horrible.
one. Pendulum.
It used to be horrible. They cleaned it up. Now the pendulum's swinging back. Boston, same way. Chicago.
That's the problem. They clean it up and then they stop.
Yeah, they take their eye off.
Continually keep looking. They stop. Oh, it's cleaned up. Problem solved now, and then they go away, and of course it starts up again.
It creeps back in. Yeah.
But then you look at it's everywhere. Like go to Key West for goodness' sake. When you have positions of power, you're gonna have people that abuse it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. So it's going to be everywhere. The fact that you cannot just blatantly, flat out say there isn't any level of corruption in the police force.
I would have. I don't know about courts being more fair. I think they're more lenient.
Well, you thought that I would have thought that they would have become more fair because of the transparency with being televised, but I think they're actually now manipulating social media as a tool in their arsenal. At the end of the day,
the courts aren't. No, courts definitely are not manipulating social media.
The courts, no, but the prosecutors and the defense, the attorneys are.
Yeah, but that's no.
Brennan is playing social media like you wouldn't believe.
But that's no different. It's unfortunately one of the failings of the American system. It's no different from back in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, when they were allowed to do TV interviews about ongoing trials and stuff. You know, that's unheard of in other countries. It's like, yeah, no, you don't get to do that shit.
God, I can't even stream a bloody live stream of a trial over here.
Yeah. But can you imagine a prosecutor in the middle of a trial leaving court and then going to do a TV broadcast in Australia? No, the judge would hang them the next morning.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
The mom
So
knows
does
Karen
anyone know
guilty.
where we can find this?
But what? You would have.
Eh? What was
You'd
that,
have says the mom knows Karen is guilty, but.
No, she assumed from the get-go that Karen was guilty. But I don't think they had a particularly good relationship, to be honest. I don't know where I heard it, where I saw it, but
I was watching a replay of RA's stream from yesterday, and he brought up he mentioned an interesting point that, you know, perhaps, you know, she did hit him. It was an accident, but she did do it. And what started all this was one of those cops said, well, why don't we start padding some of the evidence to make it a slam dunk? And that's how it started.
Yeah, but like,
which is an interesting theory.
Within the first 8 hours, Proctor hadn't even been to the crime scene. He went straight to the hospital to see John and deduced that it was a pedestrian vehicle strike because he had one sneaker on. And then it went, within that 8 hours, they had her car, they had her phone, and they had her sewn up, and they didn't even bother looking anywhere else.
Well, you know, the other thing is, I think they conducted that investigation like 99% of police investigations. And 99% of the time, they don't get caught being sloppy.
No, this is more than sloppy.
It just goes through.
And this was proper. Like, this was worse than sloppy. If Karen Reed wasn't whatever she is, and what does she do? Investment banking or whatever it is, and had millions of dollars in her bank. She would have taken a plea deal, and we wouldn't even have heard of this. We would have never heard of this case. The person would have had a public defender, and it just would have been gone. Yep. Yep. Exactly right. So this investigation is probably. And then don't forget hundreds of investigations that the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department have done for decades. It just never got brought to light. And they get away with it. Investigate for nothing. Not every case. Do you think a public defender would have picked up on half of what this team has picked up? They wouldn't have been able to do that kind of investigation of the investigators. They push for a plea because they only get paid for a certain amount of hours per case. But you know, they had, what have they got? Someone said over 100 district attorneys in Massachusetts to choose from. Well, they're all going to be really busy because pretty much everything that Proctor has touched is getting looked at again. Yep. Sandra Birchwell, Brian Walsh. There's a couple of others too, I think. But yeah. They have to. Every one of them that he's been involved in will now be putting up appeals and stuff. You watch. Even if they've been in. As they should be. In for 10 years. So maybe that's why they've limited the fallout to him as the scapegoat, because if it goes any higher, sheesh. Well, folks, there has to be something to it.
Yeah, sorry I slept through some of it, but I do have to take off for today. It was nice sharing the panel with you.
Yeah, it was lovely having you. Thank you for joining us.
And thanks everyone in chat for joining us.
Anytime. Was it nice to have a flashback?
Although now I got to think, because the chat is much more lively when I'm not on the panel, when I'm just in chat. So maybe that's what it is. So we'll see tomorrow.
It was very quiet today.
All right, everyone. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Bri.
Take care.
Bye. Say hi to Madison.
Bye, Dan.
Bye. All righty then. Shall we what was that? Have a great remainder of your day, Bri. It was good having you. It was good. Yeah. He's lovely.
Yeah, seems to be a nice bloke.
He is. He really is. He was planning on doing this, but got another job instead. Bugger. We might entice him back. Might have given him some like, ooh. No.
Or might have made him run away and never ever want to do this again.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll wind it up, shall we? And well, remember what I'm thinking.
Oh, dear God.
I know. It didn't even hurt. I might start a bit earlier tomorrow, only because I didn't get a chance to get through Timothy Nuttall, and I'll do Kerry Roberts' analysis and stuff. So if you don't want to come on early, that's fine. But I might just do a quick, rundown of the comparisons, and then before the trial starts, and then we can go from there, eh?
Yeah, I should try and be here early.
Oh no, don't stress, love.
I shall try. I do have a few bits I've got to do before we go live tomorrow, so
don't stress. Well, look, we'll still be here. We're not going anywhere, Dan. So if you're late, whatever.
I know.
Don't stress. You can catch up.
Oh, good God, I don't stress.
Good job. All righty. Well, it was lovely having you all. Thank you for joining us yet again. No, I'm not even going to bother saying it.
And remember, Australia, stay away from the defence rests.
And until next time, America, stay the fuck away from Hank Brennan. Toots to boots. Love you all. Bye.
It's been 12 months since acquittal, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. So you can bring in Massachusetts, 'cause we all